Hello? Why are you running? Why are you running? Hey, why are you running? Hello. How you guys doing? Trying out new time slot. Earlier streams. I've got 2 directions to go here. No, that's not wrong. I have 1 direction to go, and that's earlier. I'm just gonna find a sweet spot. And hopefully somewhere along these new streams I will what's it called here? Recover from this cough. It's your time zone and good? What time is it over there? 10 p.m.? Let's go! I have no idea what time it is for, like, EU right now. Nice, nice. This might be a bit early for the Aussies, but you know, suck it up, wake up earlier. Hello. Tis I. I have not changed my stream title. We are but, you know, an organized streamer around these parts. Okay. 2 a.m. in EU, huh? Excuse my coughing. What's in 3 days? Even though I gotta do some work right now and lurk. Yeah. Go for a lurk, dude. No, not true. I changed my title yesterday. But I didn't change it before I pressed go start stream. I did it during prep. You know, the first couple of minutes before I start stream? Yeah, I changed it then. But it doesn't reflect in the VOD. I need to remember to change it before I press live. I keep forgetting. So my stream titles will probably show up, like, delayed. I keep forgetting. I need to remember to do that, but there's a lot to keep track of. Let me just close all that. Leave it like this. Okay. Oh, there's so many things I want to do. So many things I want to do. But the main one is, to be honest, VR stuff. Which I might consider doing. Thinking about it. I need to set up VR streaming again because I don't have the stuff. And it's a little different. With my current setup, I can't stay in VR and just walk to my PC. I have to take off the entire headset to walk back to my PC. Because it's too far away. So I have my setup here. Alright, I'm in the back of the apartment. Behind me is the windows. And there's like about just enough space to have like room to push my chair back and whatnot. And I'm set up here. My VR is about 2 to 3 meters that way in front of me, behind my setup, towards my couch. And that's where I have play area, which is right underneath the air conditioner, which I hope doesn't get picked up by the microphone. And if it does, I might have to figure out how to tweak that. So, need to figure that out. Punch the AC while swinging wildly? Yeah, not possible for me to punch the AC. I punch a bunch of other things before I punch the AC. They're closer. I'm fairly stationary in VR. Open VR input catcher. I need to. Oh my god, you're orange? Let's fucking go, dude. Mm. Ooh. GitHub. You up to date? Okay, let me get this. Let me install this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see. Properties, open file location. Okay, this. Go for a quick readme. Check that. Copy that and that. Continue. 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 It is installed. It will be ready. Not now, but for future streams. But if I do end up streaming VR today, I'm probably gonna just rely on game capture and switching to a PNG or something like that. Or trying to find that live 2D VR thing. Let me see if I can find it. Live 2D VR. What's it called? View link? Does it turn? View links again. Configure the VR dashboard. Okay. Let me see. View link VR to Live 2D. View link to Live 2D. I'll need to check this because I'm thinking of streaming VR again. It's kind of important. Okay. Hey, so this is gonna be a bit of a return to form, but it is entirely possible I start streaming in VR chat again. However, that doesn't necessarily mean I'll be in the section. I'll just be in VR. Yeah. It won't be with this mic setup though, or whatnot. Hello. Yes, I am a crocodile. Welcome in. Was installing some stuff. Okay. I need to see how good. Okay, so I might test VR stuff today, which might mean I might play something in VR. But until then, I'm probably just going to sit, chill, relax, maybe watch videos, take it easy. I probably shouldn't overdo it on talking too much, lest I aggravate the cough. Because I can't talk for really long periods without it getting really bad. And I've been making sure I'm drinking plenty of water. But I might watch videos today. Oops. Okay. Now, question is, you guys have any videos for me to watch that you want me to watch? I linked you one yesterday. It's pretty good. What the fuck?
Fun fact about me, Emperor's New Groove is my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, that just started without me. Alright, we're watching this.
Emperor's New Groove is my favorite movie of all time, and Yzma is my favorite Disney villain. It's a film that's been with me my whole life. My family loves it, I even enjoyed the sequel. It's an absolute classic.
It's a good movie. I actually like it.
Lifelong, and was definitely a work that kickstarted my endless love for animation. There is no other Disney film like this, and there will perhaps never be one like it again, not from its conception to its final form. Its animation, directed by Mark Dindal, is flowing and endearing, but is uniquely snappy and quick when it comes to its abundant humor. For another look at his influence, Cats Don't Dance has it in spades. He was the perfect guy to take the reins on this film because, yeah, this is one of, if not the funniest Disney film to ever exist.
We have to get back to the palace, find the lab, and change him back.
Hi there.
That was him.
Whoops.
It is endlessly hilarious, one of those works where every joke hits one after the other, and the fourth wall is constantly and routinely thrown out the window. It really is something to be seen to be believed. Endlessly endearing, fun, and quotable, which may be the funniest part of all. Because this movie never had a script. Wait, what?
Well, you got
Wait, really?
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
That can't be true.
Wait, the movie didn't have a script?
They even finished this movie without one of the most important.
Did they had some sort of
parts the film
storyboard or
production
guideline to work with?
What did they tell the actors? Were they just making it up? Well, yeah, they did. To explain this whole thing, we have to go back to the late 90s, back when Disney was developing a film called Kingdom of the Sun. It was an ambitious, grand epic set in ancient Peru with magic, potions, a prince and the pauper switcheroo, Eartha Kitt being Eartha Kitt, and songs written by renowned British musicians.
I don't know who Eartha Kitt
It was
is.
being developed just after the hype
Or
of
rather,
Disney Renaissance,
I'm not
big,
familiar
timeless musical films that
with her
changed
by
the
name.
industry forever. Their films around 97 and 98 were starting to deviate from the typical grand
Anyone
musical
got
format. Comedy and action
who
were becoming
Eartha
the
Kitt
more
is,
prevalent genres.
role-wise?
Kingdom of the Sun was caught right in the crossfire. Eisner and other viewers during their first screening were unimpressed with what they saw. The story was too cluttered, it was unoriginal, its pacing was all over the place, so they had to start over. And after going through 6 new outlines, the crew sat with bated breath until they finally announced the story would be rehauled. Mark Dindal became the solo director, and with the fragments of what they once had, with all the new ideas brought to the table, Kingdom of the Sun was reincarnated into Emperor's New Groove. That's the long story short. I'm actually not going to delve much into Kingdom of the Sun itself. I like the idea on paper, but I think it was a good decision to scrap it. If you want to know more about it, go watch
does
The
anyone
Sweat
actually
Box,
know
a
who Eartha
documentary
Kitt
made about
is?
the film's production from start to finish. It's
Or
an
do I have to Google it
incredibly insightful
myself?
watch if you love Emperor's New Groove and animation. Also, seeing footage of Tom Jones singing Perfect World in the booth had me going off!
Oh, yeah! He's the sovereign lord of the nation. He's the hippest cat in
Am I gonna get DMCA?
the Omega A to Z. And in this perfect world with Stim. Around his every lip to win. Cause his perfect world begins and ends with, what's his name?
Rip Vaughn, maybe?
That's his name. He's the king of the world. Is he hip or what?
Cusco.
This documentary has never been released officially. I'm actually unsure of why Disney wants to bury it. Sure, it's got some curse words.
Alright, I'm looking up who Eartha Kitt is.
Yes, production had some bigger than average roadblocks, but they still made a film.
She's an
They did
American
it.
singer.
Honest, realistic yet hopeful and fun look at a studio pipeline that's not afraid to keep in the details of what they sacrificed. It's about filmmaking itself, the heartache and the joy. Why they'd want to hide such an intimate look at art is beyond me. So, the most important thing about this whole debacle is that when Kingdom was scrapped, they only had a year and a half to finish
Oh!
what they started. A year?
She voices Bagheera in Mowgli's
I don't know about
story.
you all, but that's dire. Taking the remnants of what worked on Kingdom, the setting, some plot points, and a few characters, they retooled and simplified everything to make things more cohesive and understandable. It wasn't without some grief, though. For example, lead animator Andreas Deja and Eartha Kitt herself both couldn't help but feel a sense of loss from the simplification of Yzma's character.
For Yzma, she is not a dominating figure anymore. She's almost a minor character. She is not somebody who's driven by vanity and wants her youth back, and she'll just be less in the movie. And somebody who is so driven by vanity and this whole thing about this obsession with youth, to me, was absolutely fascinating. It's very painful because you throw your heart and soul into these assignments.
Oh, that sucks, man.
The Yzma that Raja wrote was more profound. She was with a more sense of
Wait a second.
native intelligence and wanting to have the glamour of her beauty back, and she always wanted to live to be beautiful and never die.
Now, there are two ways of going about the story.
Oh,
of
Eartha
the
Kitt's the voice of
There's
Yzma.
cartoon
Oh,
and
I
story.
see, I understand.
Most of Nickelodeon's cartoons are script-driven.
Oh, Cat
meaning
Dog.
The script is written first, then they board everything out. Board-driven means that storyboards are done first, which are used to guide the final script. Pretty self-explanatory. Cartoon Network shows mostly fall under this category. For both Kingdom and Groove, a board-driven approach was taken, giving the artists more freedom over the final story. When this method is done, a script is then eventually written, but, that didn't happen for this film.
So they had a storyboard
what
to
about
work
Kingdom?
with at least.
The only problem was they hadn't really settled on a script. I was writing songs in the dark, really, based on sort of hearsay of what the film was going to be. There was no hard script. So I'm having to second guess what sort of characters they're inventing, because I'm inventing characters as well.
Oh. So what the heck did they do instead? Here's how it worked. Artists pitched their boards and writers pitched their ideas, and from that they formed scenes, characters, some dialogue exchanges, and a general story outline. And guys, this quickly became a movie where joke ideas became final. Whatever made them laugh got in. Some of these notable pitches that made the cut were the dinner scene, the trampoline salesman gag, and Kronk jump roping with Pacha's kids. After reaching more progress, they take feedback and go back to individual work, and the cycle would repeat.
No,
One of
is
these
that
sort of
why this
silly back
movie
and forth
ended up
was
as good as it
the
was?
creation of Kronk, who made the writers laugh so much with his unique dynamic to the film that he finally got added. During recording sessions, writers would pitch lines to the director, who would relay them to the cast. Artists would animate those lines, and their shots would get inked and colored digitally, and all the other pipeline stuff would be pipelining all over the place until they finally had a complete movie. It released in 2000.
Kronk was improv? That's awesome!
Archives guide knocked on screenwriter David Reynolds' door. Quote, "The movie's out and a guy knocks on my office door and says, 'Are you Dave Reynolds? I'm from Archives. I just need the final script for Emperor's New Groove.' They didn't send one down. I go, 'What's that?' He goes, 'The final script, the whole final script.' I go, 'No script.' He goes, 'There's no script. What are you talking about?' I go, 'We don't have a script. We never wrote a script. We just made the movie.' He goes, 'You've got to have a script. Archives has to have a script.' I don't know what to tell you. Tell them to go see the movie. It's in theaters right now." He goes, "You guys don't have bound pages?" I go, "Nope, we have no bound pages. There's 3 or 4 legal boxes. You can have all you want. I saw them the other day. They had a couple interns take all the pages and put them into a document, and then they wrote
Holy
and slapped my name on it.
shit, that's
This is the
awesome.
honest to God truth. The first and only draft of The Emperor's New Groove was handed in 2 weeks after the movie was in theaters.
Someone had
End quote.
to transcribe the movie
There you have
into a
it.
script
This entire movie
after the
have
fact.
notes and boards in chronological order. A movie that quickly adopted an anything goes mentality. Gone was ambiance. Gone was a grand ethereal tone. In its place was a story that didn't take itself seriously one bit, carefree and serendipitous. Comedy and heart was what came first before anything else. It gave people the chance to get personal with their sense of humor, to laugh and have fun and brainstorm with a bunch of
This is
like-minded
like-
goofballs.
That's
Even though
crazy,
the
because
film
Emperor's
sounded
New Groove is
interesting,
like
and I was
peak
killing it
Disney.
to see the snuff out the light sequence in its entirety. I can't put into words how grateful I am for the film we got. Never have I seen a film that is so slapdash with its development and that approach being beneficial more than. It's a miracle that this movie got made. Through its abnormal production, it became something greater than the sum of its parts. Admittedly, greater than a grand epic. A black sheep or llama in the Disney lineup I will always and forever cherish. Because this perfect world began and ended with them. The writers, musicians, artists, and actors who all came together as a crew to bring their own unique sense
That's
of fun.
fucking
The
crazy.
ones who gave us a timeless
Somehow them putting in
hero
less
story.
effort fucking made a movie that
Thank
was
you for
even
watching,
better.
and
Like,
Hail Cusco.
Emperor's New Groove is like one of the best Disney
Boom,
movies.
baby. Call me Britney Spears because, oops, I did it again. I made a video to plague your timeline with. You're welcome. But thank you again
I love this movie.
so much for watching.
Emperor's New Groove was
This
great.
film means so much to me. It was a favorite for me as a child, and growing up, I just absolutely loved it. Every scene, every character is just absolutely perfect. If you have not seen this movie, what the heck? What are you doing here? Go watch it. It's literally amazing. I hope everything that I said got you in the door. If you have, then I hope this gave you a greater appreciation for the film, as it did for me when I was
so
making
good.
this. I had no idea for the longest time that this was the truth, that it had no script. So I'm very glad I get to, make this and share this cursed, blessed knowledge with all of you. So absolutely wonderful. Since this is a more factual video, I'm going to try and put all of my sources somewhere.
I
in
need
the
to look at the
description.
comments.
Might take me a day or two to do that, but yeah, if you can think of anything that I may have gotten wrong, or maybe even some extra blurbs of some fun facts you have, feel free to leave them in the comments. Feel free to comment your favorite line from the movie. I know there's so many good ones. Kronk's New Groove is a good movie. You all are just mean. The opening song is a bop. I listen to it like all the time. True to Your Groove is an absolute banger. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. This was made for a final for my animation class, animation history class.
Hearing
So if you
Isma's
guys
voice
are
talk about
watching this,
Isma is
hi!
not something I was emotionally
Hello,
prepared
it's
for.
my voice, oh my God. So yeah, goodbye.
Watched this as a kid so much to the point my VHS caught fire. Holy fuck. The VHS caught fire? Jesus Christ. Okay, guys. There's something I want to tell you guys about. There is this channel. I'm not sure if I brought them up before, but they're like a historical food channel. And I believe they go by Townsend's. And it is so interesting that every now and then I will watch his videos, because he like talks about, hey, this is a food that, got blah 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 throughout whatever. That's how they survived. They preserved this, they had made a whole video on pemmican, and does a comparison of like soldiers' food, you know, to nowadays food. Yeah. He did a ship's biscuits video, and he did a video about pemmican. Hang on, let's see. Where's his ship's biscuits video? Is this it?
Imagine you're in charge of feeding 200 people. Not only that, but you are at sea for 3 months on a wooden vessel only 120 feet long. How are you going to do this? A 32-gun frigate in the 18th century was a medium-sized warship. This ship is probably 120 or 140 feet long and maximum 30 feet wide, with an array of cannons on board. And this is the kind of ship that goes all over the world to take care of small problems. This isn't the kind of ship that's in a line of battle with, giant battleships all lined up, but they go on independent missions.
Oh, hang on, let me turn the subtitles.
Now, they have a very challenging environment, especially the cook. The main ship's cook has to cook for all the normal sailors on board as well as the soldiers. And he has to get these men fed in a very, very short period of time, because there is a special cook that does the cooking just for the officers, and then probably a cook just for the captain himself. Moving all these soldiers and sailors over the ocean in this rickety wooden vessel calls for a very complex and rigid system of rules, a tradition that has to extend for centuries. For all this tradition, it's amazing how many people wanted to change the Navy and to change things going on in this late 18th century. So John Cochrane writes this little book called The Seaman's Guide. But basically this book is mostly all about bread. And how can we bake bread on
If you're a
ship?
seaman.
The standard sailor's ration of this time period was a gallon of beer, and every day they would get a pound of ship's biscuits. And ship's biscuits are the hardest bread known to mankind. You can use them to hammer in a nail. The author here thinks that soft bread is so much better for these sailors. And how can soft bread be baked on board ship? There are different problems with bringing bread on board ship. If we're at sea for months at a time, we can't bring soft bread from on land. It's going to get bad in just a couple
bread
of days.
would
By the first week,
go bad so quickly.
It might sound easy to bake bread at sea, but we have a lot of different kinds of problems. We need to have a fairly large oven, and we need to have the materials. Flour, that's no problem, but yeast is the big problem. And he spends most of the book here talking about the problem of yeast at sea. Bread in Great Britain and North America at the time was mostly baked with a liquid yeast that you got from the brewer. Now that's a problem at sea. There is no brewer right down the street that we can go get our yeast. So how do they do this? How do they leaven bread at sea? What John Cochrane is suggesting here is
that's the good part, you know?
Dough technique.
That's the neat part. You don't. Just don't leaven your bread.
They were using on the continent in Europe, especially France and other places. So this is the typical liquid yeast that people would be making their bread with in Great Britain and North America. They would get this from the brewer, and they would get it fresh every time. This might have a little bit of hopsy flavor to it, but mostly it's probably from ale, which doesn't have a lot of hops in it, and it wouldn't be very bitter. So what happens if we can't get that? If we're on board ship, then we can use this leaven technique, and we talked about it before. It has to do with taking a lump of dough from a bread baking that you've already done a previous day, 2 or 3 days previously. When you've done this, you tear off a specific section of dough and you leave it behind for your next day's bread, or maybe 2 or 3 days in advance. The yeast will stay alive, and he takes a long time talking about the 3 stages of yeast inside your bread. Now remember, 1797, they did not know what yeast really was. They had no way of understanding exactly its essence. So they just knew that if you used this old dough, that the yeast was still alive in that, and that it would go through these 3 stages of kind of a early fermentation stage, a standard fermentation stage, and then a late stage, which he calls putrid. bacteria actually starts to live in it, and it gets very sour and almost, well, smelling like rotten bread. That's what happens if we just leave dough around for 3 or 4 days. It starts to go.
Isn't that how we start?
bad.
How we stumbled
But he
across
says
sourdough?
If we keep feeding this yeast with fresh flour, it will stay in a proper fermentation stage, and we can just keep using it and using it and using it. And so that's the technique that he really wants us to kind of embrace.
Hey, yellow
a
chicken.
technique that was used for hundreds of years over in France and other places in Europe, and even
Good enough
as
to
he was
stream at least.
speaking,
I still have
is
a cough.
starting to be used in places like Edinburgh. I think the reason why in France and other places they're using this old dough technique is because they don't have the fresh yeast either. In that instead of drinking beer and ale, they're drinking wine, and they don't have access to that same kind of yeast. So they are kind of forced to use this old dough technique. For the bread that Cochrane suggested, we have just 4 ingredients. And these are the standard 4 ingredients that every real bread in the 18th century is made out of. We have flour, we have water, we have salt, and we have whatever we're using, leaven or yeast. So I've got flour here and a little bit of salt and water, and then we're going to take this lump of dough from a couple of days ago and we're going to break it up, and it'll work its way through our entire loaf. To mix our bread, I'm not even going to do any great quantity of measuring, and they certainly didn't do that in the 18th century. They took a large pile of flour and they start mixing the ingredients in. We are just trying to get to a certain consistency. After that's all kneaded and mixed together, we're going to set it aside to rise, and we'll let that rise for a couple of hours, maybe longer depending on how warm our environment is. And since this old dough, it may be 3 or 4 generations old, it might take a little bit longer, but that's okay. Maybe it might take all evening or an entire day, but it'll work out as long as we give it a little bit of time and where it's not too cold. After it's risen once, we can go ahead and punch that down, knead it a little bit, and let it rise another amount of time. Generally, it doesn't have to rise quite as long that second time, and form it up into our loaf. Then after its second rising, we can put it right into the oven. Depending on the size of your loaf, if you're baking this into a modern oven, I'd go ahead and set it at 400 degrees, and it might bake for 30 minutes. Bread isn't some magical stuff. It is something that just about anybody can make, and I really want to encourage everyone to try this out. It may not be the perfect loaf of bread like you get in the grocery store, but that's not what
I'm so
they have in
tempted to
the
make
18th
some
century, and
ship's
that's not
biscuits.
real bread either. So what is it like on board ship when
It's
you are
simple,
the
right?
cook?
Isn't it just like
What is
3
your
ingredients,
ship's
basically?
galley
Like just
As they
flour,
moved into
water,
the 18th century, a special kind of galley
and,
stove
like,
comes into
salt.
use, especially in the British Navy, and probably something very similar in other navies. We would kind of recognize it as a stove, wood-fired, with an oven on one side and a very large cooking vessel built into this. This is a very dangerous spot in the ship. When you have fire going on, and 18th century ships are basically a big match. The vast majority of cooking on board ship, especially for the common sailors and soldiers, is boiling. And that's why they have this large boiling vessel. You can basically fit everything you need to cook for all those 200 men inside of that vessel. Beside that, there is probably a small oven area. We can imagine this being maybe even half the size of an apartment oven, and possibly even an area so that you can roast off to the side. For smaller ships and gunboats, sometimes the ship's galley is just a small brick hearth with the cooking vessel in that. Again, very dangerous. And if you are at sea and it's a rough sea, maybe you have a storm or there's
I wonder
just
how
big
many
waves, you can't
stories there
start
are
these
of
stoves at all.
ships
You're
at
going to
sea in
eat all your
history that
food
have gotten
cold.
on fire
You hear
through
about sailors
just
complaining about that
a
over and over
mishap
again. You might
at the
have to go
hearth.
days and days with no hot food. The ship's galley is
Imagine
usually
it's just
located
like,
below
well, this
deck
is how I
on
die.
these
The
larger
cook made a
military
mistake.
Vessels, but on smaller commercial vessels, they might have it bolted on the deck so that it's out there in the wind and sometimes in the weather, but it's also a safer location. And the ship's galleys on these smaller ships might only be, say, 4 feet square. Very, very small kitchen area. They were experimenting with some other kinds of cooking vessels in this time period. They had pressure cookers, sometimes called digesters, but they were very dangerous and sometimes exploded because the people didn't know how to use them. It was very important to keep the sailors happy on board ship. After all, without them, the ship can't sail. And especially on board a man of war like this, there are a lot more sailors than there are officers or the captain. And food is a big part of that. So there's a lot of tradition in the food of the sailors. They expected a certain kind of food. And we would look on their rations of a pound of salt pork or a pound of beef and these hard ship's biscuits and maybe a gallon of small beer as very, very unpalatable food. But compared to the food that most standard workmen were eating during the day in the 18th century, this was considered a very good meal. Not everything they're eating on board ship we would recognize as a complete meal, and some of these were very simplistic. One of the great examples of this is burgoo of the 18th century. And a burgoo on board ship is basically a kind of oatmeal. And again, you can see how if you had to feed 200 men, a giant vat of oatmeal might be exactly what you wanted to be able to cook. Burgoo is one of the simplest dishes for the ship's cook to prepare. He's just going to get his cauldron of water nice and hot and then start pouring in his ground oatmeal. And this is something that is not only popular on board ship, but it's standard fare for just about everyone.
How do they season it? Do they usually season it? Is it salt?
What Cochrane is trying to replace. This is the mainstay of the diet of a normal sailor in this time frame. And this is so popular that they would have literally thousands of pounds of ship's biscuit on board ship. This would have a lot of different problems though. It had to be made on shore months at a time. And it would come in giant bags that they would have to keep dry on board ship. And that can be difficult to do. So they would have special tin-lined bread rooms to keep the rats out. And even then, they were attacked by weevils. So many times your ship's biscuit would be full of worms when it was time for you to eat them. Ship's biscuit also took up a lot of room compared to just plain flour.
Extra protein in your bread.
Maybe we can actually take up a lot less room if we just had kegs.
Yeah,
of flour,
exactly.
and you could bake soft bread on board ship instead of using these hard biscuits. Ship's biscuit are also not just edible right away. You just can't eat these. You'll break your teeth immediately. They have to be soaked. Now, some sailors thought this was the only kind of bread to eat, and soft bread would actually mess up your stomach. So they would complain about soft bread and want hard biscuits instead. These biscuits were very, very handy in situations where you could not cook on board ship. If you have a storm and you can't light your stove, you could feed your sailors and they could sustain themselves on nothing but ship's biscuits. I found it very interesting that his concept of using the old dough technique or the leaven technique to make fresh bread on board ship does not take over. It does not get popular in the least. In fact, it kind of goes the other direction. That ship's biscuit continues to be used for 100 years, even more after this book is printed. And even this old dough technique, sourdough, kind of goes out of favor in the 19th century because the industrialization of the yeast process. So yeast starts to become available in little cakes and in dried yeast. So most of the bread bakers, even in Europe, change over to manufactured yeast. Regardless, it's great to dig into these historical documents to understand what people were thinking in the time period.
Oh, what's he putting on that?
Actually popular.
Molasses or something?
He tells us, even though, he wants to change it to something else, we understand what is popular in the time period and what happens to some of these people's ideas. We've got a couple of different sailor meals here. We've got the burgoo, which is, so much a standard meal. And you can imagine this might be the big meal of the day for a sailor. And this is all they're going to have. A little bit of molasses just to sweeten it up. And then
so it was molasses.
Oatmeal. I'm not sure how I could work all day and that's the only thing I would eat, but sometimes that's what happened. And now we have the big kind of conclusion here. The bread that Cochrane thinks they should have on board versus the bread they did have on board. And let me tell you, ship's biscuit is tough stuff. You can only eat it without doing any kind of preparation by breaking it into tiny little pieces and sticking them in your mouth and sort of letting them dissolve over maybe a half an hour. This one's been soaking.
Excuse me?
And
half an hour?
Certainly soft enough to eat. But this has been soaking for probably more than an hour. And it's still kind of tough. A bread that is hard to believe anyone could survive upon. Cochrane's bread, no, it doesn't have really big voids in it. It's not your classic white bread. It's a little dense because of the way you would have to make it and how the leaven works. And you know, if we tried this over weeks at a time, it would probably be, you know, a good bit fluffier. But I can understand a meal with this as your kind of bread. But how would you ever, on board ship, ever be able to make enough loaves? You would need a loaf like this per man per day. You would need to have huge ovens or spend your entire day and even night baking bread in one of these little
guy that wanted
ovens.
to replace
He talks
ship's
about
biscuits,
redesigning
like
the oven to make them bigger, but even then
he
I
brings
can't
up a
imagine
really
it
good
never
point.
worked out.
Like,
And maybe
it's
that's
just
one of the
not
reasons why
practical.
This was never adopted in the Navy.
That's not realistic in the slightest. Like, think about it. Like, you wouldn't be able to make enough bread on board to feed all that men. There's like sometimes up to like what 200 men on board, and their ovens are no way, they're not big enough to actually make that much. How many men would you realistically feed? I wouldn't actually, like, how long would it take for each bake? Well, how many could you feed? Like fucking 20 men tops? like, it's just not feasible. It's not scalable. Ship's biscuits, however, the fact that they last so long means it's scalable. You can have so many of them at once. Makes sense, right? Ooh, this is another channel I actually like watching.
While a medieval tavern in
it's called, his name, the Tasting History. If anyone's familiar with him. Now this one's interesting.
Over 5,000 years ago, a man climbed up through the Tisenjoch Pass in the Ötztal Alps on the border of what is now Italy and Austria. As he climbed, he was shot in the back with an arrow and bled to death. And then it began to snow, and he was frozen, preserved for 5,000 years. That man was Ötzi the Iceman. And today we know that only hours before he was killed, he ate a last meal of wild goat, deer, and einkorn wheat. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as I recreate the last meal of Ötzi the Iceman, this time on Tasting History. So the kitchen is still being worked on, so I am in my bar area where I usually sometimes do drinking history, but today it's tasting history. And actually, it's not really tasting history, it's tasting prehistory, because Ötzi was around before there was any form of writing.
Prehistory is still history, right? Like, the definition of history means it's something from the past? Or does it have to actually be in written format? Like, recorded history? Unless prehistory actually means, like, speculation, honest. Actually, yeah, I think there's a point in history where prehistoric is actually mostly speculation. Based on what we've seen, it's like fairly decent idea of what happened. But I think as humans, I think we're definitely prone to misinterpreting things.
There may have been some writing in the Sumer area and Egypt, but where Ötzi was, in Central Europe, no writing. He lived during a time before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, but not before farming. And that's something that I find really interesting
Okay.
about Ötzi. It's about when he lived, because this is a period where farming had come up through Turkey and the Balkans. And it
Prehistory.
pretty
The
much
way
established
prehistoric
itself
humans
all
lived
over
just
Europe.
interests me
But
way
there
more
are
than
still little pockets of
you
the
know.
hunter-gatherer lifestyle that are still eking out a living
More
in Europe. And his last
historical
meal
stuff.
has ingredients from both of these worlds, and they come together in his last meal. And I find it fascinating that we even know what his last meal was, because researchers have been able to study his stomach and digestive tract and see what it was that he was eating.
Wonder
in
if
the
he actually
hours
even
and even days
had a
before he
name.
died. And just a couple hours before that fateful arrow
When did the
hit him
concept of
in the
names
back,
begin?
he had a meal of red deer and ibex, which is a wild mountain goat that would have been hunted. But then he also had einkorn in his stomach, and that is a grain which is probably the first grain that was ever cultivated and farmed, and has really remained unchanged over the last 12,000 years. Now, einkorn, I got. Easy. Red deer, little harder to get, but I got. Ibex meat, I don't got. I could not find anyone who could get me ibex meat. I couldn't even find anyone who could get me wild goat at this time of year.
Ooh, rough.
So I am just using regular domesticated goat meat for that. The other ingredient that I'm going to be using is a bit of fiddle fern. See, in addition to the meat and the grain, Ötzi had small amounts of pollen and different funguses and moss in his stomach, as well as a little bit of fern. Now, the fern that he had was a type of bracken, which can be used medicinally, and that's probably how he ate it, especially because there was such a small amount, but it can also be toxic. Now, I'm sure he knew exactly how much to eat, so he wouldn't die. I don't know that, so I'm not going to try it. But I do have fiddle ferns.
Oh my
and
god, I'm
those are
streaming? What
perfectly
crazy?
edible. They are
Hello,
a fern
Kaz, how
very
you doing?
close, to the bracken-ish. So that's what I'm going to be using, and it's frankly such a small amount that it's not going to really have much effect on the flavor in general. And I like to stick to foods that
Wasn't
I know are
expecting.
edible, like the edible foods that come
Yeah,
with
I'm trying
Teddy
out
Box
this
from
hour.
HelloFresh,
Trying
our
out
sponsor
earlier.
today. HelloFresh delivers fresh ingredients right to your door, and with over 45 weekly recipes, they have something for everyone. Whether you're vegetarian or pescatarian, or if you have a picky eater in your house, they have family-friendly meals. Personally, I am all about saving time, so I usually opt in for their quick and easy meals.
HelloFresh
which
is
can take as little as
expensive.
20 minutes to make. Now, I lost my kitchen recently, and it'll be a little while before I have a new one, but my very last meal that I cooked in that kitchen was a HelloFresh meal. The grilled cheese sandos with sun-dried tomatoes. I kind of feel like sun-dried tomatoes aren't used.
I love
as much
making grilled
as
cheese
I don't know why,
sandwiches.
because they are delicious, as were those sandwiches. HelloFresh also has a line of appetizers like these delectable bagel dogs. And right now, when you visit HelloFresh.com and use my code TastingHistoryApps,
Yeah,
you get
I
free
just
apps
also
for life.
cook or
That is
eat instant
one free
noodles.
appetizer with
I don't cook
every
that often,
box
though.
while the
Mostly
subscription
partner does
is
most of the
active.
cooking.
That's Tasting History Apps at HelloFresh.com for free appetizers for life. Now, while HelloFresh gives you
So
well-written
simple.
recipes so you know exactly how to cook the food,
Okay,
Ötzi's
okay.
stomach didn't.
I'm going to pause the video right now so I can talk about something. How common is it to use mayonnaise to grill a cheese? Because the very concept of that sounds a little gross to me. So not normal, judging by your reactions. I've heard of it. People using mayonnaise to instead of like butter. Really can see mayo working as well. Very similar. I don't find butter and mayo similar at all. But hey, Exterminator, how you doing? Like, yeah, like, you know, usually you butter it. It's fatty and gel-like. Oh, you mean similar? Okay, not in taste. Okay, I was assuming you meant taste, but no. Okay, I see what you mean by like fatty. So, does that leave a strange taste on like the bread at all? I wonder. I'm like always very interested to know. Alright, chat, wake up. It's been requested. Y'all already seem awake, but you know. Hey, Key. Hey, look. Hey, guys. Short attention span. Hey, pay attention. No, you don't. You love me. That'd probably work on me if someone started fucking jingling something like mid-sentence. I have no idea. You'll have to ask Z. I've never seen them before. Dude, I'm pretty sure, so we're talking mid-conversation, if someone tried to distract me by jingling something, I would definitely get distracted.
Have a recipe with it, so we don't really know.
I might try
how
it one
he
day, the
cooked his
mayo
food, but
grilled
I'm going to
cheese.
start off with the ibex meat,
I'll
or the
try
goat
it.
meat. And it was probably
It sounds
dry.
so
Now,
weird to
you
me.
can put this into a dehydrator and basically make jerky. That works, but he wouldn't have added any like seasonings or anything, maybe some salt. So it will be very, very bland if you do that. He probably would have smoked it next to a fire, and that smoke would have helped to flavor the meat. So that's what I'm going to do.
Ask that mayo by
So I
itself, so I'll
sliced my
pass.
goat into thin slices and then set it on the grill.
It wouldn't be
beside
by
some
itself.
hot coals and some wood to add that smoky flavor. I also set a tray beneath the meat to catch the fat because we are going to use that later. Now, smoking meat this way
Margarine
is
and butter?
actually
Yeah,
kind of hard because
I'm
you
a
don't
butter
want to
user.
cook it, so it needs to be a very, very
I
low
enjoy
temperature,
butter.
about 160 or 170 degrees.
Oh, you don't like mayo in
Fahrenheit.
general? Yeah, that's
And
fair.
it's going to take like 6, 8, even 10
Excuse
hours
me?
to dry.
Hang on. You use water to make grilled cheese? It ain't grilled anymore. Did you make a steamed cheese? What the fuck? Oh no, even a boiled cheese. Oh god.
Out. I actually left mine on a little bit too long, and it kind of becomes hard and brittle, which is not a bad thing. It's just I would have preferred more of a jerky texture, and so that would have taken less time. You can also put some water in it and near it, and that'll keep moisture in. I didn't do that. Then when it comes to the red deer, we could also smoke that and have that preserved, but then I'm just really doing the same thing. So instead, I'm going to put it over an open flame, which he might have done. So again, I made a wood fire in my
steamed
barbecue,
cheese?
put the meat onto a skewer, and
What
just
the
set
hell?
it over that for about 5 or 6 minutes so we could get a nice char on it. Now, both of those are very simple, straightforward ways of eating meat, especially because he didn't have any marinades or anything like that. What is not as straightforward is how he ate his einkorn. Was it in a porridge that he made, like boiled, or was it some sort of pancake, like a flatbread that he could have cooked on a hot stone? That's what I'm going to do, but frankly, we don't know. What we do know is that he didn't grind it all the way down to like a fine flour. It was very coarsely ground because they found some pretty big pieces in his stomach.
Another thing to note, for prehistoric times when they actually had, when they actually dealt with grains, is the fact that you would actually end up with small rocks in your flour, or like the coarse, whatever the fuck they make, the ground up grain. You'd end up with small bits of rock in it. And I'd imagine that it's not very good on the teeth. Just, you know, sometimes when you're cooking, you just want the hint of gravel.
So that's what I'm going to do. So I took whole grains and I ground them down to kind of a flour, but also leaving some big pieces as well. And then I added the melted fat from the drying of the goat. Now, of the 300 grams of food that was in Utzi's stomach, half of it was ibex fat. Unfortunately, my goat just didn't give off that much fat. I'm pretty sure it was about a tablespoon, so I also had to add some water just to make the einkorn come together to be
Should
able
have
to
just
form
used
some sort of paint.
some
Number
lard,
2 is
melt
where I
it down,
decided
and
to
mix it in.
rinse some fiddle ferns and chop them up very fine and add them in to hopefully add some flavor to what could be a very bland pancake. So to cook it similarly to the way that Ötzi would have, I took a clay comal and set it right next to the fire.
Like,
until
what
it
if
got
we had a
nice and
way
hot
to
till it
actually
sizzled when I
see
added water to it,
what
and then I
Ötzi
formed a cake
actually
out of some of
cooked?
the batter and set it on. I cooked it for about 3 minutes on one
and
side,
see how
and then
far
flipped
off
it
the
and cooked it
recreations
for
are.
another 3 minutes. Now again, this is just one possible way that Ötzi might have prepared his last meal. You can only tell so much from stomach contents. What's amazing is how much they can tell from stomach contents and from his digestive tract. Other things that they found in there and on his person have led researchers to
Yeah, no,
basically
our taste has
recreate
definitely changed over the
final
years.
hours leading up.
Taste might have been way less important for prehistoric humans. I don't know. Maybe it was more important.
September 19th,
Maybe their
1991,
taste
two
was more
German
sensitive.
tourists were hiking in the Ötztal Alps at the Austria-Italy border when they came across a body. At first, they believed that it
case
was a
cooking,
deceased
please no.
hiker, but then they realized it was definitely
Please
older.
no.
So maybe it
That is
was
a war
lost
crime.
World War I soldier.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
researchers
satisfying hunger,
quickly
first and
realized
foremost,
that
because
it was
survival
much
wasn't
older than that.
guaranteed back
It
in
was the body
those
of
times.
a man who had lived between 3,359
We're very privileged
and
nowadays.
3,005
Very privileged.
BC, over 5,000 years ago. And as his body did not come with a name
Yo, he
tag,
died
they named
dabbing.
him
Did you
Ötzi
see that?
after the area in which he was found. Now, what is so remarkable about Ötzi is how well kept he was. He and many of the artifacts that were found with him, the belongings that he had, they were all mummified naturally by the ice and the snow. So yes, while he doesn't look great, he's actually so well preserved that it has led researchers to be able to learn a lot about him and the Chalcolithic or Copper Age during which he lived. Like, typically, no clothing from this period survives today, but Ötzi was found wearing a full outfit. He had shoes with soles
Ew.
made of bearskin and red deer leather, and the upper portion was made
Whoa.
with woven grass, which was then stuffed with more grass for insulation. He wore heavy
Nice.
deer hide leggings with patches of
Here's another
fur
question.
affixed to
What's the
them,
question?
and the fur
What's
was
the question?
different colors and alternated in a pattern, which implies that the man had a
How long
sense
does
of
someone
fashion.
have to be dead
And
for it to
over
be
his
no longer
torso, he
considered
wore a
grave
coat
robbing?
of sheep and goat skin.
Long enough that when they dig it up, it's called archaeology or paleontology, actually. So, you know, thousands of years. Although we know that this wasn't the grave robbing because of the way he died. He was shot by, like, probably a rival tribe or something, and he was just left for dead. That is from the context of what we know about how Ötzi died, so it wasn't actually a grave. A century? No. A century is nowhere near long enough. No fucking way, that's still grave robbing!
As well as a sort of cape of woven grass that may have actually been used as a blanket. Then this was all topped off with a bearskin hat.
Oh,
In
that
addition to
goes hard, he
clothes,
had
carried a sort of
bearskin?
backpack,
Rich.
fire-making kit, and a stone disc with leather thongs on which
1,000
he would
years,
tie
maybe.
birds that he had hunted.
Depends.
He also carried a knife, a sharp
It depends. It actually really depends. Might even be longer than an eon. Hang on, give me a second. Just got a text. Oh, okay, I need to pick up medication at some point. Okay,
sharpener, and several
God, I just got distracted by that. If they formally, like, bury their dead, if it's a grave, that... Yeah, there you go. It has to be enough generations that the family involved doesn't remember or care. So if there's no direct lineage, basically, I'd say it's less likely for it to be considered grave robbing and more on, you know, anthropology, paleontology, whatever. Thank you for the Prime sub, Kaz. I appreciate it. Truly appreciate the Prime sub. Everyone only got one.
other woodworking and leatherworking tools. Then he had a quiver of 14 arrow shafts, 2 of which had arrowheads, and a bow made of yew wood. That is the same wood that would still be used to make longbows in England during the High Middle Ages. But perhaps most impressive of all,
I don't
was
think
Ötzi's
archaeologists
axe.
would be
All
very
of the
pleased to be
other
told
tools
they're
and
grave
weapons that he
robbers,
had
but
with
you
him
know,
were typical
technically, yeah.
Neolithic stone tools. But that axe was made of 99.7% pure copper. Now, the blade
they were
was
already in the
small, less
Middle
than
Age,
4 inches
basically.
long, but even so, this would have been a very valuable tool. He was also found with a pouch that had different fungi and mosses in it that were probably used medicinally. And the man needed medicine because at an age of 45 or 46, Ötzi was not in great health. Tests show that he suffered from heart disease, he had worn down teeth, gum disease, previously broken ribs, gallstone, frostbite on his toes, and an intestinal parasite called whipworm, which can cause severe abdominal pain. In addition, he may have had Lyme disease, though tests were inconclusive. But what is definite is that he had a lot of bone and joint issues, so he would have had severe pain in his ankles, his knees, his lumbar, and his shoulders. And the man was in his 40s, and I'm in my 40s, and I gotta say, it kind of checks out. What's curious is that in addition to all of these ailments, Ötzi had 61 tattoos, which were likely thought to be ways of treating the pain. Then he also had 3 other injuries that he probably sustained very close to the time that he died. One was a severe head wound that probably would have...
What I find interesting is that they actually call this the Chalcolithic Age, and I find that really interesting because I actually do remember from a game, obviously, that one of the early ores of copper, I think, is called chalcopyrite. Let me look it up real quick, because if I remember correctly, chalcopyrite actually has some iron in it. Yeah, it actually has some iron in it. It's a copper iron sulfide. Yep, I knew I remembered correctly. You have a question? What's your question?
have caused bad brain damage. Another was a cut on his right hand between his thumb and his index finger.
Very complicated question. It really is.
Some scientists think that that happened within 24 hours of his death. Others say it could have happened up to a week or more. But either way, it was still healing. Then there is a third injury that went completely unnoticed for 10 years. It wasn't until 2001 that...
I think that really depends on person to person, right? I can't say that there is an objective correct answer to that. I'd say it's very subjective. You know, to some it might be considered a big W, and to others it might be really fucked up. I can't tell you which is an objective answer.
Scientists discovered an arrowhead lodged in Ötzi's shoulder.
Oh.
And it would have been shot in there only minutes before he died. And this discovery is what led researchers to determine that Ötzi the Iceman was murdered. Now, there are just too many unknowns to definitively say what happened. Like, was he being chased by some villain, or was Ötzi the protagonist and just getting his comeuppance? Maybe he was
just like a fucking rival tribe or something, man.
Stealing something, like that axe, perhaps, or some food. Or maybe he was defending his friends and family by outside raiders. We just don't know. We also don't even know if he saw it coming, if he was running from someone, or he was taken completely by surprise. We don't even know if it was intentional. It could have been an accident. These are all questions that we will likely never know the answers to. But what's amazing is that researchers do have a lot of answers.
We can tell you what the possibilities are. We can't tell you exactly what happened.
Of what happened to Ötzi right before he died, and much of that information
speculation
comes from what was found in his digestive tract. See, it wasn't only in his stomach that they found food, but all through his digestive tract at different levels of digestion. And it wasn't just food. There were other things like mosses and pollen and different liverworts that he probably ingested on accident. But they've allowed researchers to tell approximately where Ötzi was and when. Like
45 to
pine and
46,
spruce pollen in his
the
colon,
age they
know he
estimate him
was
to
in a
be,
high-altitude
that's
forest
fucking
around
ancient.
8,200 feet, about 33 hours before he died. Moving further up the digestive tract, there was pollen that shows that he was in the forests of a much lower altitude, around 4,000 feet, or even lower, only 24 hours before he died. It was here that one possible explanation of what exactly happened to Ötzi.
You know what we need? Not time travel, but a way to have a lens that is able to view the past. Now that would be perfect for historians. Because then you wouldn't be tampering with history, you're only viewing it. Now, that being said, that opens up a lot of problems of whether or not that violates people's privacy, because that tool can be misused, for sure. Yeah, it would immediately be used to spy on people in the current age. You can't get away with anything at that point. If someone is able to physically go to somewhere where you've been, they will be able to see exactly what you did in that area. Yeah. It's not a great form of technology. However, if we were able to somehow hard limit it to fucking prehistory, like hard code it in that it's an only view prehistory, then I could say, yeah, it has uses for documentation. As long as it doesn't get misused to spy on people. Is that bad? That real bad.
Begins to take shape. Because it was there he received that wound on his hand. Researchers say that it is a defensive wound. So was there a fight? We don't know. What caused the fight, if there was one? We don't know. But whatever it was, Ötzi fled, because the distance that he covers in the next day or so is pretty impressive. Now, we stayed for some hours at the same elevation, moving along.
I'd say there are a lot of legal steps and hoops to let it be used by law enforcement. Like, it has to be a situation where it is ambiguous enough that said technology is necessary. I generally just don't think this technology should exist. I think we should just leave the past in the past, personally. We move along and we learn from whatever we can observe and move forward.
Along the valley floor, where at some point he finds some sphagnum or bog moss and uses it for something, likely to dress that wound on his hand, because one, it's very absorbent, and two, it actually has antiseptic properties. Now, it is possible that he didn't get it there, that he had been carrying it with him before, but for some reason, he was using it. Regardless, it's at this lower altitude that 8 to 12 hours before Ötzi died, he makes a meal, perhaps as a way to fuel himself for a rather frantic ascent up into the mountains. Possibly being pursued, which would account for his speed, he climbed, and within just a few hours, he had reached nearly a 10,000 foot elevation. And
thing is, even if we made technology like that, it would get, there would be a black market for people altering those devices to, well, current day spying. Someone would take the device, sell it on the black market, and wow, would you look at that? There's some illegal research happening.
And this is Ötzi's last
It's too
meal. This is
difficult.
the meal that we're making today. Now, we don't know exactly where he was going, but he was likely trying to head through that pass to get to the other side of the mountains. But he never made it, because only an hour to 3 hours after he ate, Ötzi was shot in the back with an arrow, and it had an arrowhead made by the people who lived on the south side of the mountain. That arrowhead lacerated his left subclavian artery, and Ötzi began to bleed to death.
Oh,
He
Ötzi.
fell over and hit his head, and we don't know if the fall caused the head injury or if it was his attacker dealing him one final death blow. But he received that head wound, and very soon after, he died. Now, he might have been dead already, or he might have still been living when his attacker or someone else came up and drew out that arrow. But only the shaft came, and the arrowhead remained in Ötzi's shoulder for 5,000 years, because soon after he died, it began to snow, and he was blanketed and frozen. And over the years, a glacier came over and covered him and all of his belongings, and they were preserved until 1991. Now, as I said, this is just one possible way that Ötzi spent his last days and hours before he died. We don't know. There are too many unknowns, so researchers are hesitant to make any definitive guesses about the way that he died or the way that Ötzi lived. But the one thing that they do know is that only hours before he died, he ate a meal
Hey, Abso.
of red deer, ibex, and einkorn. And here we are, the last meal of Ötzi the Iceman. All right, I'm going to actually start with a piece of the red deer that I just...
You know, I mean, yeah, you call this the last meal of Ötzi, but you know, best guess of what his last meal was.
Actually pretty good. That's super gamey. I like gamey
How did we
stuff,
get to
but-
time travel when we were discussing mayo? Well, I mean, the context of this entire video that we're watching right now together is about, let's see, someone from prehistoric human age, the Chalcolithic era.
Super gamey. Could definitely use some salt or barbecue sauce. Ötzi didn't have that though. Now for the ibex meat, or the goat meat, so it's basically just jerky. It's rather dry. Again, I could have left it a little less and it wouldn't have dried so much, but here we go. It's not as crispy as I thought it would be, so that's actually not bad. Really smoky. That's actually really good. I didn't expect it to be. Because usually jerky has they put a lot of different salt and different marinades and stuff to give it flavor. This has nothing. I could eat that. I could just snack on that. That's really good. That said, it does get stuck in your teeth. It's going to be there for a while. Finally, the pancake. So this is einkorn and goat fat and water and a bit of the fiddle fern. And you can see actual pieces of the fern in there. Can you see that? I can. Let me actually try to get one of those pieces. Here we go. Bon appetit.
Entirely possible they ate stuff like this. Coarsely ground up flour mixed with fats and
More flavorful
water.
than I expected. So I don't know that the fern adds much. You know, maybe it adds a little freshness, maybe, but there's not a lot. So mostly what you're getting is the flavor of the einkorn. It's actually pretty good. I think, if it was just regular modern wheat, this would be bland. But the way that it is, it's kind of chewy. It kind of turns into more gumminess. But what it reminds me of, when I was a kid,
Einkorn.
people babysat me with,
It's called
would give me
einkorn.
these granola bars that were unflavored. They were the most bland things as a kid. But that's what they remind me of. They were healthy. And actually, it's kind of nice. It's kind of like granola bar, but without any sugar or any of the good stuff.
I can't stand the texture of
So I am very, very
granola
grateful that I live in,
or muesli.
you know, now, where we have a lot more options when it comes to food, when it comes to how we prepare our food. But it is so amazing that people survived on this type of food for eons, for most of human history. And, you know, we're still able to find the remnants in the stomach of an Iceman. I don't know, I find it fascinating. I've always wanted to do a video on Ötzi, and I've kind of put it off and put it off and put it off. But now, without a kitchen, I was like, well, I got to cook outside. Hey, Ötzi cooked outside. I can cook outside. And Ötzi didn't have a Weber kettle grill, but I did, and that's what I did. Anyway, delicious, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Wow! Is this like Dancing Bacons of ancient stuff? Yeah, it's Tasting History with Max Miller. I mean, Jesus, Dancing Bacons, I found him fucking so long ago. I fucking love this channel. Okay, while this happens, all right, I'm just gonna go make noodles real quick. I'm gonna go boil water and come back, and then after that, I'm gonna go cook it. Give me a sec. All right, boiled water I have. Damn, that looks good. I'd imagine a lot of the ingredients in here, the hard stuff, are kind of bland, because most of it's probably in the soup. Mostly texture. Love soup. Like, I love soup. Just soup great. Might potentially need to go shopping today and see if I can buy some good stuff to put in my soup. Such a neat feature. It's just twists and it breaks whatever seal the hat is on the water and the water falls in. Hi? What was the 24? I missed it. Wait, hang on. How much did it cost? Let's see. Hang on. For 4 boxes. You wish these would cost a fucking dollar, dude. I wish it was $1. 4 boxes is reasonable. Okay, that's way more reasonable. $6 a box, not bad. Still way too much, man. $6 is too much for a meal? That's about average here in Australia. Like $10 for a meal. I was wondering why you were so fucking quiet. Why? Why was I quiet? When you cook, it's like $2 for a meal. It's not that cheap, even for us cooking. Avoid fire, not to be eaten. I had to try one of these. I bought one from one of my Asian grocers, and it was, not bad.
Looking cool, Joker.
Hey, Kumi. Thank you for the 65 months. Catching consecutive streams is nearly hang on, I'm gonna pause the video. Anyway, catching consecutive streams is near impossible because I don't do consecutive streams. However, okay, that being said, I am gonna try. I do want to get back into streaming. Fried rice is just, well, expensive ingredients in the green onion and $1 for about 2 meals worth. Just rice, egg, which is okay. You know, that's fair, right? If you divide up eggs and fucking how many eggs you use and rice, it is pretty cheap to make fried rice. I, however, like to add like some meat to it. Like usually, I add Spam to my fried rice. Usually, I just make Spam fried rice. That's how I like my fried rice. I can't eat it without Spam. It is definitely expensive, either, you know. Is this stream too early for you or too late for you? Which one is it? I know it's because you're in EU, but isn't this more friendly compared to my other streams? This is earlier, right? It should be just earlier. I started an hour and a half ago. 1 a.m. for you? 1 a.m. start? It's not too bad, you know? Stay up, watch me for a little bit, then go to sleep. Considering I regularly, stay up to like 6 or 7 a.m., it's like, I don't know, my sense of time is warped as fuck. I'm not. I'm just trying to see what's a good time slot that works for me, and I'm trying to be consistent with it. Also, I need you guys to clip stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure my last stream has some clippable moments in it. I'm pretty sure I said a couple of things that could be taken out of context. I need you guys to clip that stuff. And then I can send it to the goddess, and she'll work her magic on it. Like, I'd do it myself if it wasn't so time consuming. Rice does look soggy. Kumi, you don't have to. Look at the latest stream elements message. Exclamation mark clip will clip the last 30 seconds, which will act as a timestamp, which will work, because then we can just find out what the clip was about. And that works for me. Exclamation mark clip. So much easier. Last 30 seconds. New. Z found it, and I was like, oh, neat. Put it in. Shredded pork? Wait, hang on. Fish flavored shredded pork? Oh my god, it comes with water! Ooh. Okay, uncooked rice. There's a rice kernel over there! Put it in! No way you missed that. Look, it's right there! It's right here! Ah! Soup. Eats a single uncooked rice kernel. I love the taste of extra gravel in my soup. Oh my god. Hi, Thoth. Gravle. This type of stuff, like the self-heating foods that you can find, are actually really handy when you go camping. All you need to do is bring water. I'd do it. I'd bring some to go camping. That actually sounds like a good time. Speaking of, actually, my water's also boiled. Alright. Alright, mix it up. How's the rice look after it's mixed up? You taste the extra little bit of gravel you added? Wood ear fungus, bamboo shoots, stirred with a savory garlicky sauce. Oh, dude, I love garlic. Garlic is fantastic. Although I found it was cheaper to just buy garlic powder and not actually use full garlic. But I almost always add it in my fried rice. Yeah, onions as well. Garlic and onions are like my most eaten vegetables is garlic and onion. Not just garlic in your fried rice. Garlic fried rice. That's the mwah. Onions. Mmm. Yeah, it goes good. All right, we'll make some noodles while this one plays. Be right back. I'll wait for the water to heat up a bit. What are they eating? What? Kids meal. boy. Oh boy, I'm back. I have noodles. Whoever invented ramen, instant noodles, they are a god. Oh, you know what? I know what we're watching next. Instant noodle documentary. It's weird. I don't really like noodles that aren't instant noodles. I don't know why. I like only really like instant noodles. Like when I try to eat normal noodles, they just don't feel right. They just don't feel the same. They don't hit the same. What? So you like chemicals? I mean, who doesn't, right?
ได้ที่จุดรับสมัคร eGear Family ขอบคุณค่ะ eGear Family member to get more special benefit as birthday special little reward special supply of food
Chicken tofu. Ew. You know, what I like about IKEA? Swedish meatballs and chips. That's some good stuff. $1 for chocolate cake? Oh, she real happy. That one real pog tasty. She clapped, man. That's high. What? I wouldn't eat frozen mango. I unfortunately... Not only do I have trauma with bananas, I have mango trauma as well. Albeit not as bad, I could still eat mangoes. But too much mango and I'm like... A little bit of mango is just like, it's so good. Once I hit a threshold of like, I've eaten too many mangoes, I will throw up. I don't know what the fuck he's making. This guy is making sure he's got everything. He's getting his money's worth. I see that and I see too much sugar. I don't think I would ever. That is a year's worth of sugar for me. On that guy's... In that fucking cup alone was a year's worth of sugar for me. I do not have a sweet tooth. Hey, I look like chicken, bro. You know what? A good date location? At least to take me. Because I'm a fucking boomer. A hag, if you will. Take me to IKEA. I'll be pretty happy. Unironically have a good time at IKEA. IKEA is great. I love IKEA. Might get my boy Madco and go to IKEA sometime. Okay.
Some people associate instant noodles with broke college students, but instant ramen wasn't created for a bunch of hungry 20-year-olds. The man who invented them was much more ambitious. He set out to solve a hunger crisis in Japan. After World War II, food shortages plagued Japanese cities. So the US supplied wheat flour and encouraged the Japanese to make bread. One man named Momofuku Andu
Japanese say, you give us... Why would we want bread?
Of noodles, something that was already part of their culture. Andu decided to take matters into his own hands and create a new ramen made to last. He spent a year trying to figure out how to preserve the noodles. He needed a non-perishable, tasty, and easy recipe, but it was a challenge to maintain the robust flavors and unique texture that most people were accustomed to. It wasn't until his wife was making dinner one night and he threw some noodles in a bowl of hot tempura oil that he realized flash frying the noodles was the answer he had been looking for. This method not only dehydrated them, it left small perforations that allowed the noodles to recook quickly. And there you have it. Instant ramen noodles became an instant success. Andu's products gained notoriety when he introduced the packaged ramen in the 1950s and later cup noodles in 1970.
Andu.
His company began selling upwards of 40 billion units every year, and Momofuku Andu became a culinary icon in Japan. So the next time you heat up a cup of instant noodles, remember you're slurping down a little piece of history.
Hell yeah, history. This is not long enough of a video. Give me this.
In 1958, a new food was invented with the goal to help end hunger in Japan. The inventor knew it had to be delicious, non-perishable, easy to prepare, and inexpensive. That food was this 29-cent pack of instant ramen.
Okay!
Every day.
Guys. Question. What do you do with the broth after you finish your instant noodles? What do you do with the broth? Drink? My man. I definitely drink. I definitely drink the broth. You know what is the most cursed thing I've heard people do? They finish cooking their instant noodles, and then they fucking pour out the broth. That is like, oh my god, that is a crime. That's a food crime. Get the person arrested. I can forgive you not drinking it at the end, but tipping it out while you're eating it? Come on, man. Tipping it out before you eat? That's atrocious. Mm-mm. Sometimes I cook with so little water. Sometimes I have no broth at all. And I only get left with, it's basically becomes a sauce because I put so little water sometimes. And I usually eat shin ramyun, so it's spicy. So when you have less water, the tastes are much stronger. So it's even spicier. So it's really good. But I'm always sad because I love the broth. So it's a toss-up. I try to balance it. Enough to leave a little bit of broth, but still, like, you know, get the noodles, like, you know, flavored, really nicely flavored. That's how I like it. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so when here's the cup noodle brand, stir-fry cups? Yeah. I'm currently drinking the broth right now. Excuse me a moment. Okay. Now I'm gonna get a drink, and then I'm gonna resume this video. I'm gonna be right back. Well, shit. I have nothing to drink.
$290 million people eat instant noodles. They've even been eaten in space. Roger. Reportedly, the astronaut said, "I enjoyed it." But you don't get billions of dollars in sales and a Sanrio merch tie-in just by accident. So how did a 48-year-old businessman who knew almost nothing about making noodles start a multi-billion-dollar industry? Momofuku Ando was an entrepreneur with a wild resume. Everything from selling textiles to charcoal, and he even started a school at one point. Now, Ando's story has admittedly gotten a bit mythical over time.
I'm very sad. There's nothing to drink
This
at all.
adorable children's book written
Might have to go
about
shopping
him,
after stream.
and an incredible animated short film about his origins called Samurai Noodles, and it's probably the coolest hour story page a company can have. And I think you could see the resemblance. But anyway, to really understand how that giant box of ramen ended up in your grocery store, we have to go back to 1940s Japan. After World War II, Japan faced widespread famine and had its worst harvest season in decades. A Nissan spokesperson would later state that at the time, people were starving and queuing for noodles at street stalls. Because of strict rationing laws and a ban on selling street food, thousands of unsanctioned open-air markets started to pop up. It's estimated that factory workers got more than half of their vegetables on the black market. At the time, Japan relied heavily on the wheat provided by the US during its occupation. Ramen and gyoza, both made from surplus wheat flour,
Hell
were considered
yeah,
famine
gyoza!
food because they were high in calories and kept you full. But at the time, there was a big push to use the US provided wheat to make bread. Ando, as inquisitive as ever, wanted to know why the government wasn't using more of that wheat flour to make noodles, which were much more common in Japan. He said, if you change your diet, you are in effect throwing away your traditions and cultural heritage. Ando thought that ramen that was more accessible and easier to prepare could be a solution to Japan's hunger problem. But in response, he was basically told, if you think it's a good idea, then do it yourself. So he did. But this was no easy task. Ando had basically no noodle.
When I was
and remember that checklist?
a
We
lot
had to figure out
poorer,
how to bring great
I had a
flavor
ramen
and
diet.
texture to instant food. After a year of experimenting, he finally had his breakthrough. According to my favorite anime, Samurai Noodles, the development process looked a little bit like this, which is pretty epic. Basically, after watching his wife make tempura, he realized that frying the noodles was key. Frying extracted their moisture, so they could be stored for long periods of time and then rehydrated with hot water.
Hey, dude!
That's how we got this iconic brick of noodles.
What
Good
you'll
to see
love
you.
is that you can serve your family in 3 minutes and for just pennies.
What I find so
Pennies.
interesting about Ando's invention was that it wasn't an accidental breakthrough.
Has been a
He
while.
thought instant noodles would be a success.
Although I haven't been
and he
streaming
worked
that
for a year
often.
to find the solution.
I only came back
Looking
recently.
back, he said the experience of hardship and suffering
I've been
strengthened him
very
to
sick.
succeed in a critical time. In 1958, Ando released Chicken Ramen and changed his company's name to Nissan, which you probably recognize. Ando played a direct role in trying to sell instant ramen.
Oh yeah, actually, since you're here right now, I want to bring up. Did you get your Discord hijacked? Seems like you did. Cause your Discord, yeah. It got hijacked, and unfortunately, we had to ban it. That's okay. You don't have to make a new one.
Reportedly setting up a sales booth in Tokyo to give customers a chance to try the new product. At first, it actually cost more than 5 times the price of fresh noodles, but the taste and convenience made it a huge hit.
Missing ramen.
It was nicknamed Magic Ramen because it was ready to eat in just a few minutes. It was now over a decade since the end of World War II. Japan's economy had started to improve, there was a surplus of wheat flour, and people were going back to working long hours. These were the perfect circumstances for instant ramen to succeed. Chicken ramen sold 13 million packages in its first year, and sales in Japan skyrocketed, growing by billions in just a decade. As its popularity grew, dozens of companies started manufacturing instant noodles. In 1960,
What's the Stanley Cup? I don't know what a Stanley Cup is, being Australian. And, not into sports. Oh, hockey, okay! Nah, I get it now. I understand. That's huge, right?
instant ramen was estimated to hit 3.5 billion servings. But Ando wasn't done inventing. At age 61, it was time to make instant noodles even more instant. Nissan introduced cup noodles in 1971. And like chicken ramen, it was a huge hit. In fact, it was so popular that Nissan couldn't meet demand, even though they were making 650,000 cups a day. You can see how noodles in a cup completely overtakes packaged noodle sales by 1989. Today, cup noodle sales are more than double packaged noodle sales in Japan. And Ando was still involved with the company. In 1998, the Japan Times wrote that even as he celebrates his 88th birthday this year, Ando is still keen to invent new variations on his instant noodles. Today, hundreds of instant noodle flavors are introduced in Japan every year. But it wasn't just a hit in Japan. China is currently the largest market, eating over 40 billion servings a year.
Yep,
But
makes
South
sense.
Korea leads in per capita consumption, with a staggering
Hell
75
yeah!
servings per year. That's a lot of instant ramen. Here in the US, the original Nissin Top Ramen was introduced in 1972.
Most people are like Corey. They love eating all those noodles and top ramen.
6 years later, the Washington Post wrote, "Now the noodles are threatening to replace TV sets as Japan's hottest export to this country." Ando was even awarded the Key to the City in LA. And in 1989, the New York Times wrote, "The growing US appetite for Asian-style ramen can no longer be ignored." It became a fixture in US supermarkets, despite being a new type of food for a lot of
Have fun.
Americans. Today, instant ramen consumption in the US is over.
I love how on the package it says no added MSG. Okay, that means MSG is already there for this with gift files. And it says chicken with natural and artificial flavors. It's advertised. It's on the packet.
Per year.
Artificial
And over
flavoring.
100 billion servings globally.
Do I care if it's artificial? No, I will eat it.
Finally retired at age 95. Nissin, the company Ando founded, reported over 450 billion yen in revenue in 2019, or about $4.3 billion. It's now led by Ando's son, Koki. But despite its commercial success, Ando didn't forget his original goal to help end hunger. In 1997, Ando helped start what's now called the World Instant Noodles Association. Its purpose is to improve the instant noodle industry and provide emergency food aid. Since its founding, the organization has helped donate hundreds of thousands of instant noodle servings. Ando once said, "It is never too late to do anything in life. You can have a new beginning even at the age of 50 or 60. And he really lived his life with that mindset. Whether or not you believe every detail of the samurai noodle story, instant ramen completely changed the way that people ate a centuries-old food.
Hell yeah, dude. I fucking love noodles. And then you have the fucking Shin Ram Yun documentary. Let's see what comes up. Nong Shim USA. Oh wait, this is interesting.
Instant ramen. It's warm, flavorful, quick, cheap, and filling. It's the chosen favorite among college kids and inmates across America. Check usage reports from the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, for example, and you'll see that ramen was the #1 sold item at prison commissaries. Ramen has become like cash among American prisoners, because behind bars, it can buy you anything.
Anything that's got any value, from clothes, drugs, a favor. Hey, I like the way your ship is. Can you write this letter for me? Can you draw this for me? You know, anything. It's literally gold.
This is Gustavo Goose Alvarez. After 13 years in and out of prison, he literally wrote the book on prison ramen.
Ramen is the best.
Dude, I want to read that book.
Because
Prison ramen goes hard.
That's everybody's staple to cook. You gotta have ramen.
Because prisoners can't possess cash, they use objects to trade for other goods and services. And anything that replaces cash has to be durable, portable, divisible into standardized units, and highly valued. Ramen fits the
Hell
bill,
yeah, bro.
because unlike other traded objects like stamps, which are expensive, and tobacco, which is banned in most prisons, ramen is cheap and easy to get a hold of. In the commissary, a single pack of ramen runs about 59 cents on average. But once it's out of the official commissary, ramen's value is determined by an informal prison economy.
They barter with it. They become jailhouse stores, so to speak, like guys with purchased all the ramen, kind of like that scene in Orange is the New Black. She took over the market.
Jesus, who put all the ramens?
Guys fill up their cells with this, and they have their own store, and then they put their price on it. Your ramen could sell for $2 to $3, believe it or not.
A 2016 study found that while a sweatshirt cost $10.81 at the commissary at Sunbelt State Penitentiary, an inmate could sell that sweatshirt for 2 packs of ramen, increasing the value of ramen by 960%.
Holy shit!
In fact, food items are the overwhelming majority of what people buy. An analysis of annual commissary sales in 3 states
Holy
showed
fuck,
that
dude.
75% of spending was entirely on food and beverages. Inmates aren't just using ramen as cash, they're also eating it. Creative cooking in prison is a necessity. When asked if prison meals were enough to live off of, Alvarez said,
No. I think you would starve, literally. I lost like 10 pounds, you know, because they give you a meal that's maybe for a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, but it wasn't up to par. It wasn't your 4 food groups, it was none of that.
so ramen can supplement when the food provided isn't enough. With 2.3 million people in US prisons and pressure to cut costs, food is one area where federal and state
Yo, he got a hot dog, beans and rice, and a glizzy, dude.
as little as
Hell yeah.
a meal. In one instance, the Marshall Project reported that one prison had whittled down costs to as low as 56 cents a meal.
Oh, God.
But keeping food costs low doesn't come without consequences. Aramark, a private food vendor to over 600 correctional facilities, has been cited for giving inmates tainted food and serving fewer and smaller meals.
New information
Fucked
tonight about
up.
ongoing problems with maggots found in Ohio prison kitchens.
Issues like this with Aramark and other private food vendors have prompted civil lawsuits and protests in response to the state of food. Turns out, food isn't just about nutrition, it's also about security. Despite everything, ramen has become a way inmates keep a sense of control while in the system.
How did they even cook it?
We would actually make a humongous spread. And these soups would be the equalizer for all of us to sit down and have a meal, you know, and not stress on what's happening on the prison yard.
Trade and bartering in prison isn't new, but until there are systemic changes in its food system, ramen will likely stay at the top of the prison trade economy, simply because
That's crazy.
food is a basic need, and ramen is a basic solution.
That reminds me of Japanese prison food. When you find out that Japanese prisoners live better than you do, what the fuck?
Only in Japan.
Welcome to the Abashiri Keimusho, or the Abashiri prison. This one is
Oh,
retired
yeah.
and has been turned into a museum. The new prison a couple of kilometers away. But what is great about this is it gives you an inside glimpse into everyday life at a Japanese prison. Abashiri is a northern Hokkaido on
Modern
the
Japanese
Seabo coast.
prisons. Abashiri prison was awful,
It's
apparently.
famous for its prison. This is the current prison, which began operations in the mid-1980s. Inmates have lighter sentences here, not exceeding 8 years. A couple kilometers away is the old Abashiri prison, opened in 1890, where the harshest sentences in Japan were served. Looks warm
Shut
in
up,
summer,
kids.
but the winters can be downright treacherous when it averages minus 10 degrees Celsius in February.
Minus 10? Oh, jeez.
But it's also famous for one other thing, right?
That's right, pal.
It has real prison food.
Real food.
Abashiri is the only place where you can try the same prison meals the inmates receive.
Enjoy your meal, sir.
The Bangaichi Shokudo Diner is where you can experience a true Japanese prison meal. It's considered a secret meal because these meals were only eaten behind the walls until recently. These mannequins are inside the prison cafeteria showing how inmates used to eat lunch between work shifts, but most meals were served in their cells.
This is some good eating. Yeah, the miso soup is outstanding. Way better than my wife's cooking. That's for sure.
Okay, all of this fucking made-up dialogue is triggering me a little bit.
This is the
Fuck
current
off.
prison in operation,
What
and
the
the
fuck,
meals are
man?
brought to them and eaten in their cells. There's a special opening to serve the meals.
That fucking prison
Meal can
RP
make
was
prison
so
life a little
cringe.
more bearable. This is a private cell, much prized in the prison. The inmates eat like this. It makes you wonder if it's better than school lunches. In a past episode, I featured school lunches, and I was surprised at how healthy and nutritious the set menus were.
Fuck, man. Looks so good.
With attention paid to caloric intake for energy. For the prison meals, it's the same, but how does it really taste? The Bangaichi Shokudo has 2 prison meal sets available, A and B. Let's go inside and grab a seat. The diner is made of wood with high ceilings like the original prison cafeteria. I ordered both sets to try, and the staff went to work grilling the fish and preparing the dishes.
Oh man, I want a fucking really nice rice cooker.
Meal set A, the Pacific Sauri or Sanma set. The grilled Sauri fish is the centerpiece.
Ooh.
So this is authentic Japanese prison food. This is the only place in Japan where you can eat it, and you can see it's just looks really healthy. You have the mugi gohan, the barley rice, you have miso soup, you have 2 kinds of salads, and you have this piece of fish, which is sanma, that looks so good.
The sanma or sauri is crispy on the outside
Ooh.
and tender on the inside. Natural oils giving a pleasing mouthful.
The sama is perfectly grilled.
Sama is so
It's salted.
fucking good. I haven't
It
had
has
it
a
in
side
so
of grated,
fucking long.
Daikon or Japanese radish to it. Goes together really well.
Normally, there is no miso soup at the prisons. Instead, inmates get a strong coarse tea. Don't eat the tail unless you want to try the infirmary as part of your escape plan.
Like, I know Japan is famous for its cuisine, having some of the...
You know, when the fish was fried enough, when I was really young, I used to eat bits of the tail. Like a bits of the fin when they're fried. It's like really crunchy. I used to eat a little bit of it. Because when my mom, when I was younger, used to fucking cook fish like this, like the fins and whatnot would end up being really crispy. So I would eat it with the soy sauce. I just didn't really think much of it. Bones, dude. It's good for you.
best in the world, but if this is prison food, I can eat this every day.
Before you start thinking Japanese prisons are soft.
Hang on. There has to be a better fucking video.
よろしくお願いします。とてもやりがいのある職場です。
Here we go, a modern prison and not, you know, something that is, you know, outdated.
懲罰等で職場を離れないように必死で食らいついて受刑者なんですから。
Yeah, the Japanese prison video.
冷たいと思いますので、出所目指して頑張りたいと思ってます。
I've watched the other ones, the lunch and breakfast one. I don't think I've watched the dinner one.
日によってですね、選択するものを分けることで、それぞれの服すべて炊事工場の、エプロンとかも含めすべてですけれども、ここでこの施設内で使うものは選択するということになっています。職業訓練等になってますので、クリーニング士の資格取得を目指して、日々頑張っていく。
What is this ad I've got in the bottom left corner? 2 rice bowl set, limited shipping areas, Japanese food craftsman. That an ad? If I just got an ad on the bottom left, you guys see that?
を今日は15名の芸者で、調理をしている。少なくとも2名は、まずついて、でその他にも民間の指導員の方、調理師免許に向けた指導員、先生としてですね。
You're learning how to become chefs in a prison, dude.
そういった特殊的な工場です。
Yeah, US could actually never. Whereas in Japan, it's actually a correctional facility. Look, I want a good miso soup, man. I haven't had miso soup in a while. Prison slop. I can't wait to serve that with rice. One of the most important things about places like this is, if you give them good food, morale and behavior will actually be kept, they'll actually behave. Treat them like a human being, and guess what? They'll actually behave. Fucking big surprise. You treat people with human decency, they have an incentive to act with decency. I'm pretty sure Australia also has proper correctional facilities as well, but I don't think it's all of them. I wonder how much soup gets spilled. They can't help that, right? That type of egg drop soup? It's kind of good. Your politicians are what is rotting your country. To be completely fair, it is your politicians that are rotting the country. It is so many fucking old boomers that from just a fucking age that is, yeah. The US might actually have a future once, yeah, they all die of old age and you actually have a new, younger generation in. Did I tell you that once again got told I could get into the— fuck that! Actually, fuck that. I used to be told that I should become a lawyer, and I said fuck that. What's Pro 2A? Jesus Christ, 58. Whatever they've made, I want to try it. Oh, right to bear arms. I think it's too late for your country. You can't remove guns. So I'm like, no, you can't take away guns at this point. If you didn't want guns to be as rampant as it was, it had to have not gone through. Had to have not been a pro-gun country from the get-go. That's why it works for other countries, is because we didn't have this culture. What do you mean don't even try to? I'm not even trying to convince you to do anything. It's too late for your country. You know what else? What was that? The fucking... Hang on. I saw this because you put it on my fucking timeline. The fucking bitch with the bump stock saying that it turned the fucking semi-automatic to automatic. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is the most brain-dead thing I've ever fucking read. Holy shit, dude. No, a bump stock doesn't make a fucking semi-auto rifle into a fucking automatic. That is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. Holy shit. Yeah, you should ban the bump stock. Ooh, a crocodile. Gorgeous animals. I suppose a person you're pretty too. You know. Hang on. This is pretty important. There's a tail. You like my nice croc tail? Okay, let's see. Hang on, what is this? The diagram is that of an adjustable buttstock, not a bump stock. Oh no! It's even worse! Holy shit! That's so funny. Note to self, if you had a caiman, oh dude, caimans are great. They're like tiny crocs. I mean, they literally are tiny crocodilians. But they're very nice. Lovely creatures. Lovely, lovely creatures. Very dangerous, very strong. Do not mess with them. Baby fucking crocodile. Oh, caimans, you can get the ones small enough that they don't pose much of a threat to a human. You might get injured, but you're not gonna die. It's not life-threatening. You're not dealing with a fucking full-on adult-sized, you know, saltwater crocodile. Speaking of, I need to show you guys something that I thought was crazy. Well, depends on the size of the Cayman. True. Dogs are also dangerous. Ready or Not looks really good. I watched some gameplay of it and it looks really good. But guess what, Bits? I can tell you to expect H3 VR streams in the future. Once I get everything set up. And then you could tell me how to do certain things. VTuber? I'm not interested in VTuber. I ain't interested in aircrafts. I ain't interested in aircrafts. I'm sorry. You'll get me interested in guns, okay? As a person when it comes to guns, I like the replicas or toys of the guns. Considering how I am as a person, I don't think I should ever be trusted with a live firearm. Not because of what I might do to other people, it's more so what I might do to myself. So I will never touch a live firearm. Oh yeah. Give me a replica. Whatever they ate, it actually looks pretty good. Is that a rice cracker? Man.
かなり美味しかったです。僕は個人的なんですけど、カレーが好き。
Oh, it was curry. Okay.
カレー、あるいは日曜日は、ほとんどパンが朝朝食出ますもんで、パンも大好きです。かなり体力的にも動き回ってますので、ハードですけれども、頭も使えますし、心も体も元気になります。やはり受刑者のもんですから、外で出ると世間ではやっぱ冷たいと思いますので、その辺で水準に言うと厳しさ上、精神的にもかなり鍛えられまして、心のことも強くなって、外でちょっとたくましく頑張ってこれからも。
You know, like, in the West, alright, there's a lot of glorification of what life is like in Japan, but it is, God, it's like so many of its own problems. Like, its work culture, I talk about this a lot, Japanese work culture is atrocious. People work themselves to death and shit, it's really bad. Garlic chicken, let's go! Most ADHD streamer. Alright, it's enough videos for now. I haven't been talking as much today's stream, so we've gone, what, 2 hours and a half? So it's got a little bit longer than normal. So my voice isn't dying, so I think we're good to go. You're hungry again? I just ate, so I'm not hungry. So that may be, you know, a you problem. Maybe get some food. Sauteed chicken leftovers. Excuse me. Might be a Whataburger. What a burger. You know the amount of times someone's brought up what fucking Whataburger, and I've heard Waterburger, and I'm just like, what? That sounds awful. Waterburger? Wawa. Mm. Rare, impulse is the fact that I kinda actually want to start playing games again. Really weird for me. Really weird for me to actually want to start playing games again. But more specifically VR games. From what I could tell, what I actually want to do is actually VR games. No. That game is too annoying to play. It took so long to do one match, and I was just like, fuck, man. I don't have the attention span for this. I love Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel's great. Whether or not I'm playing it now is a different story. Okay. I entirely possible I get in VR and mess around a bit. And need to like figure out if I am going to mess with the what's it called? The live 2D in VR thing where it takes my VR movement to track my model. Or I think I just slap a PNG on, to be completely honest. I wish I had a good PNG to use though. I need a nice Fugi. I need a commission one, but that's gonna have to wait because of all other stuff. But yeah, I might mess around with H3 VR. And I might grab a certain someone to tell me how to arm swinger or riot man. Why do you want me to arm swinger? I don't like the way it turns. I tend to keep myself pretty fixed in orientation when I'm in VR, so I don't move around too much. Arm swinger is a lot of fun. I'll admit, I messed around with it. Yeah, I know, but like while I have the joysticks like pushed forward, like turning is like awkward. I don't really like it. I really wish there was a way to make the turning on arm swinger bound to my head and not my arms. But that's just me. I don't know how you could. It's something that's just not comfortable for me. Can you? I couldn't find it. Alright, chat. Wake up. Look what you've done. Wake up. Pay attention. Come on, I know you guys are short attention spans. Come on, pay attention to this. Yeah. No, I don't want bits to shut up, but at the same time, I don't want a wall of bits. You did this to yourself? Did I do this to myself? Did I? Are you sure you guys didn't do this to me? Because I'm pretty sure, mod or not, it would look the same. You fuckers. You guys want me to mess around in VR? Should I do a poll? Hang on, let me just do a poll real quick. I'll give you guys 3 minutes. Here we go. I'll let you guys vote. Vote, 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 vote. What the fuck you want me to do? You guys want me to sit, chat more? Or do you actually want to watch me mess around with a VR game? Guys, vote on the poll, please. You want me to get in VR? It's going to take me a little bit to set up. I will also need to set up a microphone. Give me a moment. I need to actually add audio for this. Microphone for this one. Okay. Mute it like this for now. I need to add filters to it. I need to actually set this up properly. I'm gonna need to tweak this, but for now I'm just gonna copy the filters I have on my current microphone and add it over to that. And then we will tweak it live. Okay. I'll quickly set that up. Hello, guys. Are you guys voting? There's only 4 votes? That's it? I've been muted. How can only be 4 votes? Sure, I can do this. I'd have to set up the scenes live, though. guess I'll have to figure it out. Give me a moment. We launch Steam VR. I'm gonna see if there's either I capture Hot Dogs the game itself, or I capture my view somehow. I need to experiment. So give me a moment while I start up my VR. Okay. Let's see. Left eye for H3. That's perfect. It's gonna make me lag a bit, but I need to make sure I get this right. Okay. Why is my stream mode on? Go. Test that. How's that? I think that's working. Set something up. Let's see. Okay. I have that set up. And I think I need to set up this. Yeah. I could change that. Alright, Kasu. Thank you. I appreciate it. Then I need to copy these filters. Paste. Copy this filter. That work? Yeah, me too. I'll have to mess around with that settings. And then if I set this up right, let's see. Yep. All right. Foogie, 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 foogie. I need to tweak some settings real quick. Okay, if I did that, what does that change it to? Yeah, okay. I think that'll do. Hopefully we don't need the bottom right of my screen. And then I'm going to launch the game. Turn off my music for now. Turn that off. Hopefully I can get set this all up properly. I'm just gonna capture the game, I think. I guess that'll have to do. You won't be able to see when I'm reading chat. But I guess that doesn't matter that much, I think. And I've got like spectator settings I can tweak. Okay, let's see. I think that's working. Alright. Here we go, I guess. Let me just... This... Let's see. That... It'll look something like this. We cool with this? I have no idea where the headset's looking right now, because I'm not actually there, but we cool with this? Alright. Someone changed my game to Hot Dogs Horseshoes, and let me turn off my VTuber software, so I actually have performance. Alright. Hopefully I get frames in VR. Let's see. Let's find out. Okay, like that. Okay, that's fine. Then I'll put you guys... I'll set that up. I'll get in VR. Alright! Where are my controllers? Alright. Oop. Okay, let's see. Can't hear anything. Oh, I wonder if they set that up. Need to see. Need to do this. Okay. Need to change this to Twitch chat. Alright, can you guys hear me? Let's see. Pin. Left controller. I need you guys. Like this, I think. Okay, you guys can hear me. Is my music playing? Because I can't hear my music. Which sucks. Okay, and then... check my Steam VR. Okay. Can't hear music. Okay. Let me see, where is that? I'm just going to have to do this, then. I can't hear my music though. How am I gonna fix this? I'm not sure how exactly I'm gonna fix being able to see my music, like hear my music. But hopefully it won't matter. Since you guys can hear me, that's fine. Okay, how am I controlling right now? Not arm swinger, but I do see the advantages of arm swinger. Oh wait, no, am I on arm swinger right now? I can't tell. I am on arm swinger. So you know, making sure I get stuff working. Alright. So can we hear the music? Making sure I am oriented properly. And how's my mic sound? Okay, hang on, let me move mode, twin stick. Can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything? I'm quiet? I'll need to adjust that later. Let's see. I can't hear anything on my headset, so I need to fix that. Ear settings, audio. Audio monitoring to... Okay, now I have sound. Perfect. The music is? Alright. Scene. Well, how's the game sound? Hang on, can I, like, actually stop my music? Music stop? Yo, they won! Let's go, dude! Okay, now I need to open up this so I can actually see. But, monitor 2. Well, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. They did it, they won. Okay, so you guys see this, and then I can change spectator panel. Okay, so it looks like this. Okay. You guys want more FOV? How's that? Is that too much FOV? Less or more? How's 90? I need to mess with this. want you to track my left eye. What happens in third person? Is this laggy? What does it change it to? What am I? Okay, that's third person. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what all these do. Okay, so... Not familiar with the software I'm using? I'm literally just using the game. Ricky Random. There's mail and 2 health power-ups. Moving that. That'll do. Not gonna mess with any of these settings. Yeah, it's H3 VR. Yes, just pause that. Okay, now I need to change that a little bit.
Uplink successful. Target system detected. Take it.
Okay, I need to move chat. You guys are actually in the way. So I need to put you guys over here. Okay, and then I need to spawn my options panel. Change to quick belt. Here we go. That'll do. Go away. What did I spawn with? Okay. Alright. What? Can I even tell what ammo this is? Ammo is this? FMJ? Okay. Get familiar with what it looks like. Okay. So... It's been... not that long, actually, since I actually played this game. But I only really play, I don't know if shooting this actually stops it from... I don't actually know what to do with those things. I heard stuff. Heard them over here. I can't even really see. Okay, move that, so... Sausage gun! I don't know where I am, though. I like... I'm like so unbelievably lost when I play Take and Hold. Oh shit. Have you not seen this map? This is the current map. This is the default Take and Hold now. What do I do with this shit? Oh, I see. I have to shoot the center? I have no idea how it works. Weird mines everywhere. Okay.
Over there. What's that? I hope I get to play.
This is the loot box, right? Ooh.
Override token found.
Okay. The fuck is this? A Lee Enfield? Right. Hang on. Which way do I use this scope? How do I put it on? Is there a way I put this on? Whoops. It gave me this scope, but how do I and where do I attach it to? I don't know how. Teach! I don't know where this attaches. Or do I need something else to attach it? Oh, you can put ammo here. That's just neat. Okay. So they gave me this, but I don't see a mount to mount this on. So I'm guessing I just hold on to it for now. Okay, ammo reloader. Oh, okay, that gives me a new mag. And if I have enough overrides, I'm guessing, I can just upgrade magazines. I have no idea how this works. Okay. So I need to go That way, I'm guessing. How do I even use this? Down that way. Let's see. How do I... I don't know how to use this gun. What are the irons? Oh, I see. Up here. This is the most disgusting irons I have ever used. Hello.
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system.
Ow, I'm getting shot. Let's see. Bang and bang. Oh.
Encryption neutralized.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Hold successful. Data extracted. 3 override tokens found. Advance to next system node and take it.
Oh, that is weird. So it's this way? It actually tells me elevation? I didn't know that. Oh shit. Ow. Oh. So, down this way. Okay. Nope, wrong way. Throw some loose bullets on the tracks for fun times. Hold up. Okay, hang on. Let me deal with this first. Ow. I can't use weird irons. All right. Like that? I see. That's neat. Okay, I need to go this way. I think. Ah! Okay. Up that way? Okay. Yes, I have to climb. I have never done this before. You don't have to climb the ladders, you don't? My immersion, though. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hello. I missed.
Override token found.
Ow. Um. Uh-oh. How do I fire it? What is this gun? Why is this the most disgusting gun I've ever seen? You can spend 1 point by clicking the padlock button, allowing free scrolling. I don't know what that means. This gun is disgusting. I don't like this. Alright, gun recycler. Oh, okay.
Override token found.
Oh, what the fuck? I see. What if... This could do. Okay, so you have to... Alright, so where do I go? Down? Sausage up there. Am I taking on so many sausages at once? Yeah, you're the first to make the joke today. In my channel. Let's see. Oh, I'm dead. Oh well. Co, have you ever tried onions and peanut butter? In peanut butter, what?
Successful. Target system detected. Take it.
Okay. Never played Take and Hold. I usually mess around on, Rotwiener. It's so dark down here. Let's see. Are they above?
Allied token found.
Gun recycler. There a gun spawner here? Okay, there is. Let's see. What the fuck is that? What is that? Fucking. Can I shoot that?
Ooh, looking cool, Joker.
Fuck. Hey, Helpless. It's called the Sentinel. I don't know if I've got any bullets left. Okay. Come on. Load. I don't know why it's not loading. Ah. Fuck it. Let's see. Oh, I didn't eject the magazine. I'm so dumb. Alright. Huh. So.
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position.
I'm.
Analyzing system.
This is so strange because I'm actually used to. I'm used to like the one where the cover comes out of the ground. I think that's the older Take and Hold. Oh, I missed. Where's the other one?
Encryption neutralized. Hold successful. Data extracted. 3 override tokens found.
This is like so weird. I am so unbelievably lost at all times on this map. Where's my safe haven of playing Rotwiener? Oop. I don't know, is it this way? Pistols are a safe haven. I don't know if I just went in a circle. I might have. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Well, the map is called Hallways. Hallways, okay. That's the one I remember doing like once ever. Oh my god, oh. What the fuck, dude? That was so dark. I basically got jump scared. Huh? You underneath me?
What's that? What's that?
I can't see. I can't see through my fucking belt. Okay. Where the fuck am I? Throw bullets into it? Alright. Yeah! I didn't make it. I missed it again. Wait, can I throw a full magazine in there? Okay, answer's no. Tries again.
Know what they say? Not the meat, it's the motion. Again?
Okay. What else have I got? Oh. Which one upgrades ammo? Is it this one? Oh. Oh, wait, I can just buy? Wait, so if I can just go... That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Here. Okay, I need to test something. So, if I do this... Can I? Wait, that changes everything. I can load mags fucking while they're in my pockets? Let's see. What we got? Oh. I can't roll that.
Override token found.
Yeah, the weapons in this are good. Ooh.
Override token found.
Find an override token, then that means I can roll a smig. Oh! Is that backwards? It is not. Okay. Holy shit! Why did I get a Victor with a drum mag? Oh shit. Oops. Need to rack that. There we go. Is it a Civ vector? I can't tell. Let's see. Just a vector. With a drum mag. What ammo is it using? Okay, it's just FMJ. How do I... There we go. Burst fire. Okay, there's no... Can I, like... attack reload this? No, okay. That makes sense. I don't like this map. Hello? Okay, there we go. Oh shit. Okay, hang on, let's see. So caliber is this. Ow.
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system. Static encryption detected. Neutralizing. Encryption neutralized. Advancing to next system layer. Analyzing system. Hardened encryption detected.
Wait. Oh, fuck. What do I do with hardened encryption? Okay, so... Oh, tracking. How long before I start lagging? Return to lobby. Check maps. Or is that... No, is it just here, right? It is just there, right? Or is it here? Is it a legacy scene? Or is it still under this? Take and hold lobby. Oh! Oh, that's how you go classic hallways. Okay. Yeah!
Uplink successful. Target system detected. Take it.
I got a lighter. Alright, what gun have you given me? Okay, that is... This is more my speed. Just basic hallways.
Override token found.
What is that? What am I looking at here? What is that? A grappling hook? M1911? Don't mind if I do. Whoop. Okay. No, but I haven't played Take and Hold. Not what I'm used to playing. Fuck. Fuck me, dude. Yeah, so I mostly mess around on Rotwiener. That's what I usually play. Okay, so... Uh-oh. I dropped my pistol. Okay. Alright, let's do it.
Interfacing with system node.
Like, this is what I remember. I couldn't do the other one. It was so confusing. Ooh.
Data extracted. 3 override tokens found. Advance to the next system node and take it.
Oh yeah, there is a new Hollow Ian wave. Violin playing automaton. Gunshots. Hello, cat. Hello. Hi. What are you doing? So there's a room over there. Ow.
Override token found.
What? Which one, cat? Wonder if you guys can see. No, you can't actually. I'm capturing the game. Fuck. Oh well. The break action shotgun rifle. Ooh. Oh, whatever this is. Okay, so is this a side load? Just how does this one load? Okay, so how exactly does this one load? Oh, I see it. Mm. Okay. Whoop. Why you... Oh my god. Okay, so this is empty. Okay, livers are a little weird in VR to use. So I can... And then I can... Yeah, you can spin load it. Or spin cock it. Yeah. There we go. What if I upgraded my shotgun shells? Okay, this. No, that's not how you do it. Okay. Get off the table. Oh, whoops. Okay. Dragon breath. Hmm. Flechette. And now I have no more points. Okay, where do I go? Oh my god. Go away. Go away. Okay. Oh my god, my headset's like blurring my vision. Okay, here we go. Okay. Health. No override. Okay, over there.
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system. Advancing to next system layer. Analyzing system.
Fuck, I missed.
Data extracted. 4 override tokens found. Advance to next system node and take it.
4 overrides, huh? I like this gun. Yeah, a second. There's barfers over there. Oh fuck. Shit, I'm gonna die. Fuck. I'm gonna go back to the main menu. Okay. You know what I enjoy? I enjoy this. So it's a lot more. I don't know how to describe this mode. It's the only one I've messed around with. Okay, let me change the... Now let's go pack rat. Okay. Like a little bit. Caliber on that gun sucks. Actually, I want to go to that one. First thing I always check to see whatever the fuck I get over here. No attachment though. What about this one? What's in here? AWM. What about this one? What is a Berthier carbine? How do you bolt quickly? Is there a way to do it? Or do I have to let go and actually bolt like this? Okay, so I have to use the strippers. I don't... This is a caliber I've never heard of. I have to drag back on my trackpad and up to cycle fully. I'm using Streamlined, so... Maybe I can't do it on Streamlined? stretch. Okay. So what are my options? Right, full metal jacket, tracer, tracer. Ooh. Okay. What these? Armor penetrating. AP incendiary. AP incendiary, huh? I like the sound of AP incendiary. Okay, and then we do this. Boop, 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 boop. Bunch of extra bullets. And then I go over here. What? What do you mean, what the fuck? I need bullets. I don't have infinite bullets in this mode. Okay, and I want to go to Spork in the Road. This way. I don't have a sight, so I don't know how exactly I'm gonna shoot this thing, but... Never mind, I hit anyway. Ooh. Silly with all the ammo. Now, I hope you're ready for me to replace all of that ammo with an entirely different round. I'd like to focus on stream right now, but that PNG of yours is just staring at me menacingly. What, the one that's like right here somewhere? Don't worry about it. Just, you know, appreciate. Oh. What have we got? Now this... This is peak performance. Okay, is there another? Okay, there's one and one here. Okay, perfect. I'm loaded. Let's go. Yeah, you take and hold, yeah. But in this, you can get individual extra bullets, unless you're playing in arcade mode. If you're playing in arcade mode, you can spawn lock here. But, you know, this isn't arcade mode. Okay, maybe I should actually aim, but... So that's the caliber I've got. Explosive. And you get to get these little cores, and you eat them. And this is essentially the currency in this mode, and for crafting and whatnot. Fire from the hip. Now just one hand to my AA-12. Because that makes sense. Don't really have that much bullets. Yeah, you get the stomach inventory, you know, check this shit out, fucking... Ooh, I've got like basically one of every core. I'm pretty sure. Oh, except one, I'm missing one. I'm really surprised that Bits, you've never tried this mode. There's like areas where they have like the pacification squads from Taken Hold, basically. Do you have the metal core? Yes. Looks like this. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Unless it's this one. No, that's a rock. Feels like it should be grenade. You can craft grenades in this one. They're called bangers. Hang on, let me change my controls to arm swinger. Because it's actually faster. It's a lot faster to arm swinger in this game. And when Bits said it is objectively the, like, best movement mode, you're not wrong, it is. But the turning on it is annoying. Cause I have to press forward on both my sticks. And if I move my hands really fast, I can move really fast. Yeah, you get really fast. Okay, I need to go this way. And let me just turn this on real quick. Okay. Yeah. I hate how I can't backpedal. What I got? I got a 5.7. Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't move. I have to like move my fucking like flip my hands weird angles. It's the most annoying thing because I can't backpedal in this mode unless there's like a setting. Okay. What pistol did I unlock here? Is that a gold 1911? It is. Oh my goodness. Is that an extended mag? The tactical. What ammo types we got? Hmm. Is there someone, a zombie in town? Messing with stuff? No? Ish? No? I don't have whatever that core is. Do I have a spot for this pistol? I do. What is this? It's a single action. Oh my god, what is this? Is that a Picatinny rail? Where can I put this? I don't know how this works. It attaches to something. And then I've got a backpack. Wow, a radio. An inventory slot I can use for these. Maybe on my back. Can I use these? Nope, just this one? Okay. Yep, alright. That's enough. Alright, that is enough. Yeah, the backpacks are really awkward. Unless they, like, cater towards, you know, doing it. That's a lot of free cores on the ground. There we go. And Pickle. Oh, there is a table there. Okay. Don't remember if I have climbed up here and done my stuff yet. But you guys hear that in the distance there? That's, one of the pacification squads you can find and take and hold. Currently fighting off the zombies. Come on, grab it. Okay. They usually die after a while. Looks like I already put a radio here. Okay. Guess I go back to... fast travel back to the start. Alright, I don't know how much longer I can stream in VR. Oh. My back is starting to... I have all these cores. There's a heavy core. Except the burning core. I don't know which area has that one. I don't remember. But... I need to go to the gas station. Just walk in the road. And go that way. But before I go that way... I'm gonna have a look in here. What you got for me? What's this? What if I shot it? Oh, damn! That caliber's pretty high. So, I have a radio behind one shot on whatever this is and has a rail for some reason. I don't know why it has a rail. It's a single shot. Don't know what caliber this is. Actually, let me check. Drop this on the ground for now. This is... Oh. Okay. Alright, and then let me go... BANG! Bang! Oh, there's another tower. There's a bunch of those in the distance there. You see that giant nutsack over there? I have to go and blow them all up and then blow up that really big whatever the fuck somewhere over there. Yeah. Bunch of stuff. But I am starting to feel a little rough. What's in here? Nothing. Let go. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Well, grab it. Oh, don't get clipped into the thing. Alright. Look, there's whatever's shooting them from over there. I think it's a quest NPC? I can't remember. Okay, it's on my back. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. Anything good in here? Not my definition of good. Okay, I don't take full damage. What's this hook for? Like, why does it do that? I don't really understand the design behind this. Like, can I just flip it around? How do I flip it around? There's so many things over there. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is instead fucking just do this. Oh. Give me your cores. Yum, 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 yum. Delicious. I need another radio for over there. Eat whatever this is. Is that enough to kill? That's enough to kill. And I go back. I'm gonna try do like one more take and hold. And then bedtime. What you mean bedtime? Whoops. Yeah, I my lower back is like strained. So, alright, did I get anything? Did I do any progress? Do I need to go back to the base? I did one thing. Alright. Alright, let's see. I want to do a take and hold. But I don't know what to do. I want to do classic hallways. Classic loadout lures. Ricky random. I'm gonna do it. Random.
Uplink successful. Target system detected. Take it.
Okay, I need to change my... Oh, joy. The fuck is... Oh my god. My starter gun is a Derringer? It has 2 shots. This is awful.
Crunchy. Dead meat flopping. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. Oh, goodness.
Override token found.
What the fuck? Fucking okay, man. Where did the magazine go? Here? What gun is this even? Oh, well, okay. How many fucking shots is that?
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system. Hold successful. Data extracted. 4 override tokens found. Advance to next system node and take it.
Okay, that's... Check that one. That is so volatile. Doing the random guy. And getting... What is this? I've never heard of that. Okay.
Override token found.
Okay, what do I even spend my points on? Okay, come on. There we go. Give me... Alright. Machine gun plus incendiary. Hold is over there. Is that a bipod?
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system. Advancing to next system layer. Analyzing system.
This is such a silly gun to even random immediately after I get especially after my starter gun was just this thing.
5 override tokens found.
Ooh.
Advance to next system node and take it.
I've got a couple of stations I can check out, but I've already got this thing and I can one-hand it fairly accurately, so let's just go. Let's just hold. Somewhere there over here. So
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system.
a bit busted. No?
Advancing to next system layer. Analyzing system.
If only I had a second one. Dual wield it. This is so strong, you shoot near them and then... Oh, am I missing one? Oh, behind me.
Advancing to next system layer. Analyzing system.
Okay, where are they? I don't even know how many shots these magazines are. I don't get this one. I don't know how this one works. I don't understand. Okay, I understand. Ooh. I'm about to die. Holy shit, I almost died.
Advance to next system node and take it.
I almost died. I need to buy health. Okay, so health is this way. Right here, and there's gonna be people around the corner. Yes, around here.
Man, this part of the level's kind of bland. Huh?
The health go. Okay, good, perfect. Fuck. I'm in trouble, I think. I'm probably going to die. Well.
I wonder what kind of meat I'll be next time. Weird thinking about all the terrible coding mistakes that brought me here.
Here we go.
Well, dough me up and call me a pig in a blanket.
Huh. Alright,
Interfacing with system node. Hold this position. Analyzing system. Stealth encryption detected. Advancing to next system lane. Analyzing system. Polymorphic encryption.
Oh, fuck. I died. Alright. That's enough for me. I'm gonna get out of VR. Who's still here? Alright, give me a second. Alrighty, I can turn my model back on. Oh. Okay, I'm working again. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. Who's online? I need to see where I can send you guys. Alright, I know where to send you guys. Alright. My back! I'm really tired. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. So, goodbye.